Welcome to Dragons in Space, episode 17. We're about to get started. Almost got everything loaded up here. We're going to be building on the mission successes of the prior evening. We picked up a ton of money, a ton of science, and so we're going to push the limits of what we can do now. Okay, just waiting for the game to finish loading here. Some other good news. I have found a EVGA NVIDIA 1060, which is set with 6 gigabytes of DDR5 RAM, selling at the local Best Buy for about $279. I will be going to pick that up in the morning, and we will probably be streaming a good chunk of the day tomorrow with the new graphics card to see how well she performs. I'm actually pretty stoked. This is a massive upgrade. The old GTX 550 Ti I have in my system only has about 1 gigabyte of RAM, and to boot, it has much fewer CUDA cores and a much smaller memory channel. So we will be multiplying the video memory by a factor of 6 and increasing the memory channel by about 64 bits. And I expect a massive uptick in overall performance, given it'll be also using the Pascal architecture. So hopefully the load times will be a little lower, and the performance will be a little smoother when we're running our missions. So I can't wait to let you guys see that. Like we are about up and running here. Go ahead and get the Twitch campaign loaded, and we will get on our way. Yeah, I was so stoked and wanted to tell you guys about it so much that I actually started the game. Or actually, I started the stream prior to a full game load. Hey, Homicides, did you hear all that about the graphics card? Well, we're going to be looking into upgrading to a NVIDIA from a NVIDIA 550 Ti, which is what I currently got with just 1 gigabyte of DDR3, to a 1060 tomorrow. It's going to cost me about $279. I'm going to try to go out to the local Best Buy, and if they haven't sold out of them yet, I have verified they have them in store right now. But if they haven't sold out of them yet, I'm going to buy it and install it, and I'm hoping that that's going to allow me to radically improve the overall performance of our broadcasts, as well as allow us to use some more aggressive graphic settings on here as well. Make it look beautiful. So we're looking at an increase of about 6-fold the overall memory, a 64-bit channel size increase on the bit rate of the graphics itself, which is an extremely important part of the graphics processing is the memory width. And then the memory clock speed will go up by about a factor of 2 to 3. Yeah, I can't wait. I'm just really stoked. Tomorrow should be like night and day almost for our stream. So here we go. We're loading up the Twitch campaign. $3 million, man, in career mode on normal. I'm just so happy. I'm going to be able to do so much with that. I think we collected all of our science last night, and it wanted us to do an adjustment of this thing's orbit. And it's not a very big adjustment either. Just once it gets over here, we want to go and move that apoapsis out from 176 to 254. So let's go ahead and take care of that. Now the question is, which ComSat 1 is it? I've got like 5 of them. Oh, good lord. I should have really given these unique names. Instead of just model numbers. I'll go ahead and tag a letter on this one once we got it loaded. On shelf. There we go. Alpha 1. Do you have any science on here out of curiosity? Nope, no science currently. Alright, so we need to wait just a few seconds for prograde. Fortunately, this is one of the older satellites. This will have to be done manually. No navigation systems on it. Okay, taking it from 176 to 254, initiating burn. That's about as close as she's going to get. If the game agrees. Yep, game agrees. Quick money right off the start. Gotta love quick money. Okay, let's go check out our contracts now, see what we have available. And begin mission planning. Welcome to the stream, Chat DB. I see you decided to join us again like you did last night. Really appreciate that. Hope you decide to continue to hang out with us. Build a new orbital station around Kerbin. Requirements on it: must have at least 5 Kerbals. Include a docking port that will generate power and maintain stability for 10 seconds. We need to make a cheap station for these little missions, specifically designed to be small and reusable. And recoverable. Well, maybe not recoverable. We can just not send any Kerbals on them, because they don't require the actual presence of Kerbals, just the ability to hold 5 Kerbals. We can make them pretty cheap if we do it right. We'll take it. Okay, so let's check the expiration on these, because what we want to do is we want to get the ones that are most likely to run out of time done first. 6 years out, 7 years out, 7 years out. No expiration. 12 years, 4 years, 4 years. Here's 259, that's the lowest so far. It looks like we're going to be doing 4 years, 259. Rescue so-and-so from orbit. Oh, we had another rescue mission as well somewhere, did we? Yeah, here we are. We need to try to do these 2 rescues. Now, I would normally use the original rescue vehicle that we built, except for one major difference. We have had some technology upgrades that may radically improve the performance of a new rescue vehicle, especially the fact that we have auto navigation now and can adjust the orbit. Oh, I also forgot we can start working on these alternate launch systems. We'll start exploring those possibly tonight or tomorrow, depending on what we end up having to do. Okay, so this is our original recovery and rescue vehicle. Find it here. It's a Mark II body, capable of carrying up to 4 Kerbals, but it's a little clumsy. So we're going to do a Mark II. And we're going to see if we can come up with something better. Alright, so first off, we're going to need a core for the vehicle. Choices. I think we use the new hex. Alright, so we got a new hex module here. we'll need a housing for it. Let's see, we got some new payload bays here. Mark II cargo. Alright, there's a nice neat housing for the Hex. Let's go look at what our options are for recovery. I'd like to do a very light recovery vehicle, maybe even Mark I, that can contain 2 Kerbals. Meter per second, 20 meters per second. Needs to have a relatively high impact speed in case there's an ocean landing and it lands kind of on its side. It also needs an entrance and exit area, which this one does not really have, no crew hatch, except for at the front or the back. This can hold up to 2 people. But that would mean we would want a different cover for it. Ah. Thank you. Get rid of that. And grab a short payload bay for Mark II. Now, we now have some space stations, so because of that, we'll want to put on a docking port on the nose cone. Just in case things go south on re-entry, we'll want to put a heat shield right behind it. Now that'll allow us to dock, and it'll also allow us to have some protection against the heat. We keep 2 small active radiators on the nose, and what that's going to do is that's going to allow us to vent off the heat when it's re-entering. We're going to take a couple of side flaps and just toss them on here. Although I think I'll use the procedural ones because they look nicer. Well, they don't at first, but it will. That should do good. All right, we're going to make these heat-resistant surfaces. And we're also going to offset some of the thickness on the edges. And reduce it a little towards the middle, make it a thin wing. Now we're going to give it a slight, very slight curve. To a V shape. Well, we don't want it inward, we want it facing out. Thank you, game. There we go. Oh, does not like the symmetry type, so we're going to have to do radial. And that'll be kind of in line with the hole here that we're seeing. And that'll give us a nice smooth re-entry surface. Now, if all goes well, that'll keep us nice and level on re-entry. We're going to use this one to solely determine pitch and roll. Do not want it messing with y'all. Okay, then this is going to have a probe core to back up. We're going to want to on some additional power here. And for control, I want to use one of these Mark II reaction wheels near the center of gravity, which I'm going to expect to be around there. At least when it's flying horizontally through the atmosphere. We got some new mid-power RCS blocks, which are pretty efficient. Come on. Unlock game, thank you. And we got one which is more efficient in the vacuum of space. They're also smaller than the others, so we're going to use these. We're going to have to do one by one. We're going to have to do one single array, otherwise it's going to look weird. And so on that side, on this side. Purples enter the spacecraft about right there. That's where the those are where the crew compartments are. We need to adjust the rotation of this just a little. Yeah, the Kerbal should be able to get in now, no problem. Oh, I just noticed that this was not on radial. There we go. Alright, we got some control in there. I'm going to have to put the RCS in the bottom once we're finished adding the fuel and other components. Yes, I do. If you look on the left over here, you can go down to where underneath the stream, you can go down to where it says Kerbal Space Program Mod List, and there are List 1, List 2, and List 3. Each one of those is a JPEG image, and each one of those contains a snapshot of a part of the list that I use. The reason for that is there are so many I could not capture them all in one screenshot. There are 52 mods in total. So just download each one of those JPEG files or PNG files and open them up, and it'll look just like the image above. It's just a snapshot of my CCAN so that you can see what I have installed from CCAN. The CCAN list is almost the complete list of all my mods. There's only one or two I have that are not on there. The one that I have that's not on there is called Navball, and it's by someone by the name of Navy Fish. You may have to go on the forums to locate it. Or docking port indicator, I should say. That's the name of it, docking port indicator. And the docking port indicator is probably one of the most useful mods out there, by the way. Alright, looks like we're to the point where we're just going to need to toss on some fuel. I don't really think I have anything else I need to add. We'll put a docking port on the nose here just in case an emergency way to connect up. We'll put 2 just in case the station's short. And the engineer can move them if he needs to. You're welcome, man. That's what I'm here for. Alright, so we're going to need fuel now, and we're using the Mark II fuselage here. So the question is, on this last stage, what do we want to have it powered by? I am thinking of going all liquid, but I don't think we have any jets that can do re-entry or space yet. That one's going to be great for probes. The efficiency on that is amazing. Matter of fact, we may experiment with this later when we're doing temperature readings on Minmus and Sun. 4 kilonewtons thrust. Does that compare to these guys? 20, 16. We probably need a cluster of 4 of these candle lights. We could probably do a small cluster of 4 candle lights easy. High efficiency engines, that's what we're looking for. This thing does 140 kilonewtons of thrust and consumes 10 something hydropropellant per second. What does the Atlas consume? Well, it's about the same thrust level. Let's do an experiment here. I want to see how much burn time we can get out of those 2 engine types since they're nearly the same thrust. Hello. There we go. So we can get a burn time of 1 minute and 53 seconds using liquid fuel and oxygen in an Atlas. One minute 21 seconds with monopropellant. Delta V is 1,684. Yeah, Delta V is definitely higher on the LOX mix. Which mod are you referring to? The one that allows me to change fuels out? This is the fuel tanks. Oh, it doesn't actually give the name of the mod. That's the one for the Mark II Universal. Oh, here it is at the bottom. That is Modular Fuel Tanks 5.8.3. It allows you to switch out fuel on pretty much any vehicle and adjust the fuel mix according to whatever you want. Now, important thing to note here, when it comes to liquid hydrogen and oxygen, every tank has a different burn-off rate for the hydrogen, and some of them will require electrical power, but the ones that do require electrical power to operate the tank, they provide cooling, which dramatically reduces the burn-off rate of liquid hydrogen and oxygen. So you got to factor in when you're doing long-range missions with liquid hydrogen and oxygen that cryogenic fuels have a boil rate. And that boil rate varies by engine. Now this is the king of efficiency right here. Problem is it's extremely heavy. Look at that burn time, 4 minutes and 12 seconds. Delta V 1,360. Oh, the Delta V is lower, I think. Let me check. Come on, game. Oh, that's because I didn't switch fuels. That's my problem. %, liquid. Yeah, look at that. 3,444 Delta V with a nuclear engine. So if you want to save fuel, this is the baby to do it with. You don't beat that, at least not with anything that we currently have. So for orbital maneuvering, that thing's going to be the best. The only problem is it's extremely heavy, so what we'll probably want to do is arrange it so that that can be jettisoned when we're done with it. So we're actually going to use an extended tank instead of the simple. Yeah, we'll use one of these. That'll give us a good amount of range with these two nuclear engines, because we need to get to deep space to reach some of these. One of those Kerbals is actually out beyond the moon. So to make orbit with it's going to be quite an interesting task. And then what we'll do is we're going to add a Mark II adapter here on the back. For 2 engines. Actually, what I might do is I'll keep that, but I'll do a shorter body. Now, to make sure we don't have to carry these nuclear engines back, I want to do 2 of these. And 2 of those. Now, due to the fact this thing doesn't like separators, $5,000 Delta V with 11-minute burn time. That's a lot of Delta V. Also a lot of burn time. That should be more than enough to do what we need once we get to orbit, as long as we have attitude control, which is going to be important. Okay, so next thing we need to do is make sure we have that attitude control. We already have an SAS in place, but we're going to actually shift that SAS back some, because the weight is going to be to the rear due to the nuclear engines. We'll make a copy of these and slide them back here to serve as tail fins. And we're going to do the same thing we did with the front wings. We're going to shift these forward just slightly. That was not what I wanted to move. Come on, give me the wing. Nuclear generators also produce a lot of heat. I need to check and see if the staging will actually take. Cross-feed toggles in editor and in flight. Okay, we need to make sure these cross-feed toggles are on. Okay, cross-feed has been enabled on these, which will allow the engines to draw on the fuel of the stage above, which means that when we're finally doing re-entry, we'll be able to jettison these engines. Which means the engines need to come before they're jettisoned. Alright, we need to do the back RCS here. And I think we're not actually going to use these large blocky ones after all. They might cause things to go aerodynamically unstable, and we would not want that. Ooh, we got burner engines now. Those are much more potent. So, but that means we're going to have some locks as well. Which I know, perfect place to put the locks. In here. Find a nice Mark 1 fuel tank to toss in there with it. Upgrade, Bomber. We're using technologies that we did not have last night. Notably, nuclear engines. 11-minute burn time, 5,000 Delta V. also known as the most on crack engines in the entire game. Well, until you get into later in KSPIE. But in stock game, these things are king. And this is a recovery vessel. So its intent is to go as far into the solar system as it can, retrieve Kerbals, and come back. Because we have one Kerbal right now who is out beyond the orbit of the moon. So that's going to take, quite a bit of burn time to reach them. So the goal is to be able to get this lifting body into orbit, simply go retrieve the Kerbals, come back, and then on re-entry, since we know these engines are extremely heavy, we're going to jettison these two, which will make this a nice even distribution of weight. And these slightly sloped wings that are given the V shape and these panels here will reduce the re-entry burn. We got a couple radiator panels on the front to burn off the re-entry heat. We do have a small ablator that will take a good chunk of the brunt of the heat. So I think we got a really good design here. It will rescue up to 2 Kerbals per flight. Right now we have 2 Kerbals who need rescued. Yeah, that way it stays flight stable on re-entry. We've enabled the cross feed through the decouplers already. So that's taken care of. Plus, this body only needs, for main propulsion, liquid fuel. We're adding now some liquid fuel and oxygen, purely for use by the thrusters. We're going to be using our new Vernier thrusters. Although I am tempted to use this RCS thruster block, because isolating your liquid fuel from your thruster system is usually a really good idea. What do these look like? There's a shielded and unshielded model. Oh, the shielding gives it heat shielding, makes it less likely to go boom on re-entry. Thrust power is awfully low though on those, but there are 4 of them on one side, 2 on another. Choices. See, the risk we run here is if we put on the Vernier engines and we exhaust our liquid fuel, we'll lose maneuver as well. Oh boy. So I'm really nervous about using those. Oh, we also need a navigation system. Might as well put that on here right now. I think we'll stick to using these RCS blocks. They've been pretty reliable. That's not going to work. We'll have to do these one by one because of the symmetry. Okay, that should do for RCS control. Actually, it may be better if we put this on the side of the cargo and move this back to its original position. Like so. Much better. Okay. So we are going to use monopropellant. Find us a nice little monopropellant container here. Big. Alright, that covers maneuver, that covers control and navigation. We've got propulsion. We've got heat dissipation and shielding. Let's see, anything else we need? Parachutes would be good. Parachutes would be very, very good. Yeah, this will not be a return by landing vehicle. It's going to be a parachute return on the belly. We don't have rapiers yet. If we had rapiers, this thing will be flying home, no doubt. But without rapiers, this thing is going to, and the fact that we're using nukes, we won't have any propulsion once we enter atmosphere. So we're just going to use parachutes because you can't land in a stall. Yeah, when we have rapiers, we'll design a space plane that can do that. Come on, copy. Copy. Thank you. Alright, now we need some rogues. Help slow things down. By the way, people, I found the magic number for Kerbin. It appears to be 0.4 on drogues and 0.6 on shoots. And I do tend to lower the altitude that they actually deploy at to decrease the amount of time you have to wait for them to hit the ground. Now, the reason I'm not moving these up any further is if we put too much up here, we're going to occlude the entry hatch. The entry hatch is actually on the side, and I'm going to put a light there to make sure our Kerbals can see exactly where they need to go. The question is, what type of light do we want to use? There's a large variety of lights that have been added by these mods, which is a good thing. think we'll go with a navigation beacon. And that will show us the way home. Okay, so we have finished now setting up the main recovery body. We need a delivery system for it. Now the fun part for the delivery system is that this is an unconventional body to connect to. So what we may do is this. Yeah, while that connects on the other side, you're going to have to move them in slightly. There we go, that looks good. Flush against the body on both sides. As long as these bolts don't actually blow on the interior of the body, we'll be fine. A 100 meters? That's cutting it awful close. I have seen craft that needed some deceleration time smash the ground if they were set at too high of an altitude. But we'll do 100. Actually, we'll do 250. Just to be on the safe side. 250, 250, 250. These guys, 1500, 1500, 1500. Okay, that should be relatively safe. Alright, so here's the fun part. Why do we want to deliver this thing? I'm thinking that 2 orange tanks. Oh, we also got these nice new cryogenic tanks, which can do a very, very high volume of liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. Thing is, I don't think we have any high-powered engines for those yet. We've only got the mid-range engines for cryogenic. Yeah, the high stress value we got right now in cryogenics is 275, it looks like. But we'll probably be using skippers and mainsails, which means traditional fuel bodies. So we're going to go grab us one of these. Make it 2. Yep, mainsail still for now. Not showing what it's auto strutting to. I'm gonna have to go back out and save this. Leave, and we're going to reload it. Getting a little warm in here. Had to go switch over to the AC. It had gotten so cold today, we actually turned the heat on briefly. Autocomplete rank having havoc with you, Obama? No, I'm not attaching. I'm not attaching nukes to the main cell. That would be nuts. Let's see here. Why is it not giving me the graphics for the auto strut? I'll do auto strut root on all of these. And then we'll manually strut them to be sure, because we're not getting visuals for some weird reason on the auto strutting. There we are. Should hold it in place. And then make sure they hold against each other. Do a cross strut right through the middle. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the auto strut, but I'm just going to assume that by anchoring them to root, it's going to keep things stable. And then, as a precaution, doing manual bolting where I need to. Now, before we progress on this craft, I need to find out how much these recovery missions are worth. We don't want to send up a vessel that isn't going to make us money. If we overbuild, we're doing a bad thing. More like finance check at this point. So these are worth 70k a piece, so for a total of 140k. I think we may have just vastly overbuilt this. We're not going to make any money like this. It's too big. Scrapping this design. This is not going to work. So I need to be able to hold at least 2 Kerbals. That would be interesting, sitting in a space. We need cheap, efficient, and able to pick up 2 Kerbals. Does have a high impact tolerance. It might be able to make it. And the heat temperature tolerance is also really high. That is correct. That is an attack helicopter cabin. Oh. Mass of 1 ton compared to, what's the standard lander? 24. Okay. So we got power. I have some ideas that may work. Too big. Need something thin. Thing uses liquid hydrogen. What? The monopropulsion, let's see, monoprop. 500 monoprop should be, that might be a little bit more than what we need. That delta V doesn't seem very high. Wondering if it's giving the delta V in space or not. It says body curving. Why does that seem so low? Does this use LOX or hydrogen? It says liquid fuel. Oh, it can change fuel types. That's our problem. There we go. That looks much better. 2,870 delta V for 14-minute burn time. That's a long time to burn. Let's try this. We'll do the same like we did with the other one. Come on. Thank you. Cross feed. Much better. Not a bad burn time. And not a bad delta V at all. Alright, so let's go ahead and put these control structures back on, and this is going to be easier to do because these are all perfectly smooth and radial. Navigation computer. So center of mass is currently located between the back thrusters. Center of gravity. Ooh. I mean, we're probably going to want our world. I'll grab all the solar panels. Hmm. Battery spots for small solar panels. Yeah, we've got 4 panels on here, so it should be okay. It'll keep it alive. Let's see. So we're gonna add the heat resistant edges and sharpen them. And now we got some nice re-entry control wings. Oh, I need to check these. I think they're leaning forward slightly, and I want them to lean back slightly. Come on, let me select the wing here. Oh no, not that much, too much. Just very slightly back. That may work good. Alright, so we've got occupancy, we've got fuel, we've got engine control, staging is proper, navigation is set, we need recovery chutes. Now it occurred to me it may be better to move these solar panels up here where they won't be blocked. Wings. Alright, for chutes, we want to land this thing on its back, so we're going to do radial alignment. This shouldn't require a lot of chutes because light. Especially after the nuclear engine's dropped. Now the fun part's going to be learning is figuring out where to put the chutes that won't obstruct the cabin. Let me check the colliders on this right quick. I just want to make sure nothing is obstructing that crew cockpit. Nope, and they can even stand on the wings if they need to. Okay, and we wanted a nav beacon to make sure they could see their way to the cockpit. So we will place that right here. That's a light. Radiating cooling on. We need our drogues now. We'll just have the one drogue because it's going to be so light on re-entry. It probably won't matter to have more. Notice this craft is coming out a lot cheaper. Our Delta V is not as great, but our burn time's still good, but it still should be enough to do what we want it to do. Now it can dock if it needs to. And that will be our recovery system right there. I remember stock moving this. Alright, so that works. Let's see if we can put a payload fairing around all this. That's going to be our payload. Yeah, this is much cheaper. Not bad. Also going to be much easier to deliver. We can put a standard Mark II body rocket below it. think we needed a coupler for the bottom of this. Yeah, still does it. That's perfect. Looking good. For something that size, it's going to need something a little bigger than that puddle to get it moving. Use a skipper. Okay, staging's looking appropriate so far. On the bottom stage here, we'll use a mainsail. That above the skipper. We're getting close to being too expensive again, so we got to be careful here. Probably going to use 2 SRBs and I think we'll be done. Come on, patch. No. You don't want to go on straight, do you? You're still not on there straight. There we go. I think we're probably good to go here. Sometimes you catch me forgetting things, Mama. So your input's greatly appreciated. It'll be interesting to see how this fares. Never quite designed something like it yet. Now, even if we only complete one of the two missions, one of the two recoveries, we net 20k profit. The total mission value is 100,000. Yeah, you're always cheering for your booms, aren't you, Mama? Yeah, let's see where this cribble's at. Rescue Vessel Mark II. There he is. These are coming up on the Space Center already. He's already in perfect launch position, literally. Alright, so Recovery Vessel Mark II launch in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have ignition. He's rising off the pad pretty good. And we don't actually have any type of crew on board, so there's nobody to talk to, just a probe core. We want to throttle back. We are hitting the sound barrier. Let's let the boosters do their job. Descent is nominal. We are approaching booster burn-off, beginning slow throttle up, 1/4 power. Getting boost stage. Separation is clean. Throttling up. Mainsail at 1/4 fuel. Continuing burn. Establishing rendezvous vector. Nosing over to begin approach burn to target. Adjusting the target's orbit. Guessing second stage. Initiating third stage burn. Not yet. Not out of atmosphere quite yet. Deploying fairing. Clean fairing separation. Initiating burn. Approach is looking absolutely beautiful. We may be able to rendezvous without even getting to stage 3. Plenty of fuel. We easily make orbit. Waiting for target to close some distance. Oh, we're not doing one Kerbal though, Bama. This is just the first one. It happened to be in Leo. After this, we want to try to go out and grab this guy, who is outside the orbit of the moon. You know how I like to do multiple missions in one sitting? Yeah, that's kind of what we're shooting for. We are in nominal walk conditions. Performing EVA. Now I just gotta look for you're around here somewhere, buddy. Oh, there he is. Walk in progress. You know, it would be hilarious if Kerbals had SAS. You are clear to airlock. That light was already on. Oh, it is on. Okay. Just where it's in the sunlight, you can hardly tell. Okay, so we got one Kerbal recovered. Got quite a bit of fuel. Now the fun one is going to be this one. First thing we're going to do is adjust to his orbit. He has an ascending node of 13.9. That's pretty wild. Alright, going normal. beginning adjustment burn. We have now matched Ecliptix with the target Purple Craft. Looks like we'll need to make an orbital pass to get into position to grab him. We're going to go around once, and I'm going to set a maneuver mode and attempt to get an exact fix on a rendezvous with him. That's close. That's extremely close. That is almost dead on. This burn is going to have to be very precise. Duration of the burn, estimated burn time is 27 seconds. But that's with the current engine. Hoping we'll be able to hit it that, or hold it for that long. Alright, so let's go ahead and set an alarm for this and warp around. The system decided to spin it for some reason, so we're going to go ahead and just wait for it to reorient and stabilize itself and then re-accelerate down. Okay, re-accelerating to try to get back onto node here. Wait till we're about a minute out and start burning engines. Okay, we're at 1 minute out. Again, initializing that burn. We have about 6 seconds of burn time left, so we're not going to be able to do this on the first go in terms of staging. We have nuclear engine ignition, resuming burn. Cutting engines in 3, 2, 1. Engine cut. Node remove. Let's look at our encounter. Okay, that didn't turn out quite the way we expected. We're going to have to adjust. So we want to do radial in. We want the separation within 60 kilometers. We have a nominal burn. Okay, we're going to send into the target's path. We need to wait till it closes quite a significant amount here. Still 4 million kilometers away. We're not going to require a lot of delta V to make this orbital correction. Oh crap, almost overshot. We are still within nominal range, fortunately, and this is going to be easy to correct for. Okay, we're going to be catching up to them very shortly, so we'll just go ahead and I'm not going to waste any more Delta V, just let that happen. As long as the game doesn't glitch and drive us a mile past the target, we'll be good. Checking separation. We are in nominal walk range. We'll go ahead and get it down below 1,000. Or 2,000, I should say. Alright, let's check and make sure the light's on first. Doesn't matter, we are in sunlight, so initiating walk. Hey look, there's another helicopter cockpit out here. What is that graphics artifact? There shouldn't be any type of planet here. Oh, very bizarre. Hitting target. Yeah, I know, right? Okay, closing with the vehicle. Beginning deceleration. Well, you're almost rendezvous with the craft. Mission success. Both Kerbals recovered. Now we just got to perform a safe re-entry and we're good to go. All right, let's get these buggers home. Turning retrograde to orbit. Killing orbital velocity. Funny that we probably could have used the moon to conserve fuel, but there's no need to. We have successfully achieved atmospheric re-entry, accelerating to about 100K altitude so we can do a reverse burn and shed some more speed. Look at that junk go. Hell yeah, Kerbin looks almost like an atom with all the crap I've got circling it. Careful now, Time Warp. Don't want to go too fast. Initiating long retrograde burn. using circumferential force and rotation to shed Nerva booster. Nerva booster ejection successful. Aligning prograde for re-entry descent. Like we may need 1 or 2 orbital passes to shed all the velocity. Yeah, launching the new technique, throwing the booster as far away as possible. Using monopropellant to counter thrust and hopefully to further reduce, further increase the speed loss here. We are probably going to lose docking port on the nose, that's expected. Getting significant heating on the radiators. Starting to get some re-entry heat on the chutes. So far, re-entry is nominal within expected parameters. Something sounded like it exploded, but I didn't see actually anything go boom. Oh, it's just a stacked decoupler. Continuing to pull brake with monopropellant. We are now getting into deep atmosphere, and we should see an increased rate of deceleration. I didn't know I took it quite this deep into the atmosphere. A nuclear burn must have threw the orbit much lower. Fortunately, it looks like we're surviving okay still. continuing to decrease speed with the thrusters, as well as re-entry friction. Rapidly approaching subsonic. Or I should say sub-ionization. Subsonic still a little bit away. Heating on the parachutes is stopped. Heating on the fins is stopped and on the radiators. Plenty of extra monopropellant. Still continue to brake with the monopropellant. Heating on the docking port is beginning to stop. Re-entry heat is no longer a threat. We are clear for re-entry. Now we just got to make sure the chute's deployed properly. And that we don't land on a mountain. Always hate landing on mountains. And we'll now get to see how the aerodynamics on this performs. We appear to be aerodynamically stable, which I'm very happy for. We have a pilot and an engineer. Ooh, that's a major, major bonus right there. That's almost a new full mission set for another lab. Atmospheric, wow. This thing is flying like a charm. That appears to be the desert below us. That's the ocean over there. We have confirmed atmosphere stabilization. I can probably let this thing fly itself in. Craft refuses to roll, even under time acceleration. Taking it to ×4. Craft continues to remain flight stable at ×4. We have an ideal re-entry and recovery vehicle, gentlemen. First attempt. Didn't have to do any testing. Aerodynamically stable confirmed. We have drogue chute deployment. Whoa. Yeah, it restabilized itself even after I rolled it. This thing is super stable. It even restabilized itself after I attempted to roll it. Wow. Maneuver on this thing. If it had a single Rapier on board, this thing could fly home. Single turbojet could push this thing home. But we don't. To be added at a later date. Tempting to try to get it out over the water. This looks like a cliffside, and I really don't want to land on a cliff. Looks like we're going to have a water landing, which is good. We successfully avoided a giant cliff on the coastline. Woo! That would have been nasty to land on. We have safe surface velocity. I'm going to have to remember to save about 50 units of monopropellant when this thing is re-entering for the last bit, just on the odd chance that it wants to land us in a bad spot. And that, ladies and gentlemen, from implementation of the vehicle all the way through to recovery, was a flawless mission with no simulation needed. Absolutely fantastic. Hey guys, are there any signs here? We can have one of you grab a surface sample right quick. Man, you're one off from having a pretty funny gold count there. 1984 Dragon Gold. Talking about Orwellian. Okay, that's another 120,000 in our coffers. The combined value of those missions well exceeded the cost of the craft. Okay, so next, let's see what we got now at the mission control. We can start working on a new satellite, and more tourists want to go to the moon. Okay, let's check mission time. Let's see what's next on the docket. I think we really need to start paying attention to this Duna satellite mission, but we're going to need better comms still. So we need to get some tech. That has a deadline time of 12 years, but you're going to take some of that time simply getting to Duna and successfully establishing the orbit there. Usually that takes about 6 months to a year of travel time. So, especially if you're not near an actual Duna transit. So, let's go ahead and we're going to get started first on, I think that we have a mission to put an orbital station around the moon. And I think we also have one to put one around Minmus. Let's see what the requirements are, if they're identical or not. Three pilots on the station. That's excessive. Nine Kerbals. Also requires 3 pilots on the station. 18 Kerbals? Wow. Wow. 3 pilots and 18 Kerbals. And it needs to have 16,000 units of, or 6,000 units of fuel on board. Well, we're at a point now where we almost could do the exact space station design that I would like, but we're not quite there yet. So, still got some parts to unlock. We're going to build a science probe and we're going to send it to the moon. We've got a bunch of temperature survey missions on the moon that need to be complete. And on top of that, we have a lot of biomes on the moon that remain unexplored. But I think the first thing we're going to do is we might set up some ground stations at the north and south poles on Kerbin, because we haven't been there yet either. Of course, we don't actually have missions for those, so that would cost us some money. But it might be worth the science. Yeah, that's huge. That is a vast station. You know, we don't have a mission for it yet, but we urgently need a lab on Duna. So, or not Duna, Minmus. So we're going to go ahead and start with the Minmus lab. We're going to go ahead and put it up, even though we don't have a mission for it yet. We still need one so that we can transfer data to it and start converting it into science. So we're going to take a budgetary hit in the name of science. Anytime now, game. All right, we're going to open up the Moon Lab item here. So we're back to Lablander 1. And what we're going to do with Lablander 1, we want to rename it Lablander 2. Save it. Give it some very serious upgrades. Namely, I want to take these off. We're going to replace them with nukes. think we want to increase the size of the landing gear's landing base. I don't like how narrow it is. Ideally, I'd like to use a steel beam for that, but we don't have steel beams yet. Well, there's got to be something structurally I can do here. That's the best I'm going to do. These box struts. Now the problem is that these box struts cannot go out that way. They're going to have to go out the side. What I want to do is this. Since ladders are not collidable objects, we don't have to worry about how long they are. That there. Adjust this up some. Scribble should be able to go in here and then travel up that way. And landing. Which gives us a lot stabler landings. And let's see what else we can do here to improve this. Oh yeah, we wanted to strut this. Alright, so the gear is strutted. The octagonal struts are strutted. New nuclear engines should make it more than efficient enough to get to the moon. Why didn't I move those two? On game. Work with me now. Okay, I'm going to move you first. Delete the spare landing gear over here. Reattach this. That's a little weird. We'll take these off. We can redesign those and do something better now. Like the landing stage. The landing stage is looking great now. Can't ask for better out of that right now. Okay, so science. I think we've got all the science already on board. If we don't have any new science to add to that. Right now we're using volcanoes on this stage. Get rid of those. Instead of using two separate tanks, use a combined tank. How strong is the volcano? The 4 volcanoes is about 1,000 thrust. We'll probably be able to get away with the skipper. This will be a main cell. Staging check. Yeah, we have this Atlas engine on here. How strong is the Atlas? This is only worth 120. And we went from using these to using nukes. Nukes are 60 each also, so they're about the same size. If I recall, we had some trouble getting this thing out of the sky because it used too much power. Or too heavy, I should say. It's where we decided to bring this thing back home. We'll want to be able to get rid of those. And that should give us still give us the engine power we need to get this thing to the ground. At 100% liquid fuel on this stage. % liquid fuel on this stage. Oh yeah, we need to enable crossfeed on these, or it's not going to be any point. Come on. Oh, come on, game. Alright, crossfeed's enabled, so now we should hopefully see numbers. Do this, move all tanks. Ah, this has problems too, I see. Let's have max liquid fuel here. Come on, retabulate this. What's going on is scanning the mods really, the engineer thing does not really does not like when you have staging above something is calculating. Oh, come on. I don't know why this game is having so much trouble me selecting parts for it. I may have to do a file verification after this. Well, we have a problem, folks. The interface has decided to stop responding for some reason. See if we got anything locking the interface out. Alright, we cleared the input. That should, there we go. Okay, so yeah, that's a lot of delta V. Plenty of delta V on the S0 stage. 5 minutes and 46.7. Yeah, and 2,000 total. Almost 3,000 delta V. That should make it even bigger. Wow. Okay. Yeah, we're going to be safe in landing and possibly on returning too. So we'll go ahead and put these back in place. Make sure enable crossfeed is on. It is. We don't want the jettison of the engines after the engines. That makes no sense. So that is an extremely, should be an extremely stable high delta V lab lander. Now the question is, can we get it into orbit? And I've got a plan for that. Oh, the other thing we need is a navigation upgrade on this. We got room in the main compartment here for it. Wow, that's crowded. Only one way I can think of doing it. Hello, cubic octagonal strut, where are you? We only need one of you. Looking beautiful. The back part of the cockpit. You have a little nice antenna on the roof to make it look nice and some realistic. It's actually got comms. Speaking of comms, I forget what's providing comms on this thing. Anything? The batteries look obnoxious right there. That works better. I'll have you on an action group of any kind. No, I do not. My question is, what's going to be the cheapest way to get this thing's first stage dressed up? Come on. Really? There we go. That looks good. That's looking really good. Mama, do you know if you can change the decoupler staging status in flight or not? Well, I'd like to turn them off to make sure I don't accidentally fire them, and then turn them on manually later if I want to. Maybe I can, let's see if we can set an action group for that. Hmm. Yeah, you and me both. I'll just leave it enabled. I just have to be careful not to hit space too many times while I'm up there. I think this will do it. Not entirely sure, but I believe that it will. Oh yeah, we were checking comms on the first stage. I think comms is, oh, there they are. We can get rid of these. We got new comms. Much better comms. Okay, so we got all our science, we got our lighting, we got our engines, propulsion, staging has been checked. The only thing we're going to really need is the crew, fuel set, stabilization is checked. Nice air brakes on the side fairings, yep. So what do you think, Bama? What is there anything else we need here? Are we good to go? Have I missing anything? Power's good. Power generation is not all that great. That might help some. Use the antenna as air brakes. I think I'm ready to test this new design. I think this will do. Give it a try and see what happens. Invest in some panels. Oh, panels. Panels, yeah. Yeah, definitely must invest in panels soon. No, no booms. No booms. This is a simulation. The crew are not actually on board yet. We're just going to see if this thing will make it to orbit or not. If we can get it that far, we can get it the rest of the way. Yeah, no kidding. Power Hungry Labs. Okay, so it looks like it auto-assigned some purples. Oh well. We leave. Navigation check. Staging check. Initiating launch. M-Flight 1 in progress. Launch velocity is looking good. Gradient atmospheric resistance throttling back to 25% of a third of power. Descent nominal so far. We'll begin nose over to orbit at 10,000 meters. Initiating maneuver. Maneuver successful. We are now on orbital path. We are stable. Stage 1 has expended. Ejecting boosters. Throttling up. We have successful booster separation. Initiating RCS to help with flight path correction. He's flying like a beauty so far. Flight path correction successful. Continuing at full burn. I may want to do nose over at a slightly higher altitude, maybe 15,000 meters, based on the flight profile so far. Nosing up to get a higher rate of ascent. Currently, we are still deep in atmosphere. Thrust weight's good, I just think I nosed over too early. Yeah, we got 1.39 factor TWR. It's not the lift, simply the fact that I nosed over too early. The flight profile is going to require this one to nose over at a slightly higher altitude. Stage 2 expended. Igniting stage 3. Starting to look better. I think we'll be alright. Although I think we lost some lost efficiency on the fact that we didn't get up to a higher altitude before turning. That may be our biggest problem. And we have nuclear engine ignition. Wait a second. Oh, okay. That's not liquid oxygen. Okay. That's standard oxygen for the batteries. It is actually looking really good now. Orbit confirmed. Reverting flight to actually launch primary mission. Okay, so note to self. Do not do any high speed. Do not do any turns to orbit until 20,000 meters, and we should be good. All right, let's get the crew on board here. We've got a pilot and scientist. Scientist needs to be in the MPL. Oh yeah, there's one other thing we need to add on this thing. Coupling, cooking port. Now it can refuel in orbit if it needs to. Oh, it's caught fashion lines already. But just tell why. Because I prefer to see and not in color. Oh, physics, don't screw with me like that. Beginning initial flight of Minmus Lab 1. Countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have ignition of primary boosters, ignition of primary engine. He is leaving the pad. For science, huzzah. What are we waiting for now, Bowman? What do we do? Oh, we can't go back now, man. There are no Twinkies on board. They should have thought about that before they did. Hey, deep fried Twinkies still good. We're getting atmospheric resistance, throttling back to 1/3 power. Flight profile looking optimal so far. Coming up on 20,000 feet, preparing for turn to prograde. Jettisoning first stage boosters. We have clean separation. Going from throttle up on main engine. Going for turn to prograde. And not only that, we have ideal ascent trajectory. Excuse me. almost to orbital altitude. Lowering trajectory heading. This is actually looking much better than our prior ascent. Much better. Initiating third stage. Letting navigation computer take prograde control. Pitching nose up to sustain apoapsis. And we have sustained apoapsis. Jettisoning third stage. Igniting first. I'm a little worried, Mama, about how much we're having to burn to get to orbit on the last stage. We may need to add a little bit more fuel on the second stage and a little bit more thrust. we'll see how far this gets. This is only going to Minmus. We don't need a lot if we can make it to land. And thrust efficiency will, of course, increase as the weight of the tank decreases. We've got a lot of fuel on board. That's 5,000 units, and it's all nuclear fuel. That's for more. Minmus is probably even more than that. Long burn time. Good news is I think we're almost there. There's the Periapsis. Oh, you may not have been around for it earlier, Obama, but I was telling Hunter I'm going to be upgrading my graphics card today. I'm going to try to get a 1060, a NVIDIA 1060 and put in here. We're working on a NVIDIA 550 Ti, so the graphics card will be like a 3 to 6 time improvement over current performance of the graphics. And there we go, we've got orbit. Now I need to adjust for the tilt amendments. That's an ascending node. We'll be needing to go prograde normal. Most of the Kerbin's biomes, yes. I need to get the North and South Poles and Tundra and Badlands. So there's about 4 I need to get. I've got desert. So we could get this done, get onto Minmus. The reason I want to get to Minmus is I just want to have 3 labs to send data to. And then do the then we can do the in-flight missions to try to get those other biomes. Alright, we are normal. Waiting for descending node to adjust. Hey, Homicide, you're going to Minmus on this flight. Welcome aboard. That's the idea, Bomber. If they land up right, that'll work fine. Problem is, the early labs didn't have the best landing gear structure, if you remember. This new lab, on the other hand, has amazing landing gear structure. Given that you have nuclear engines, Homicide, not high. I don't think you're going to get stranded up there. But you will be working there for a very, very, very long time. Like, I may never remove you from there. I think that's about the best we're going to get. Maneuvering prograde. Might as well go ahead and extend the gear and antenna and everything. There we go. Now we need to set a burn. Where is Minmus at? Minmus is there. We'll want to burn about here probably on the side. Perfect. What's the periapsis? 254. Too low. Oh, that's a direct to Minmus. That's a direct to Minmus orbit. It'll literally come around and land on the surface. Okay, that's what we want. We have more than enough burn time for it, I think. The estimated burn is going to be 1 minute 54 seconds. So we need to stop at about 2 minutes out. If we can hit it exact, yeah, that's the trick though, is hitting it exactly. Alright, go back to the alarm. Oh, what in the world are you doing, game? Just decided to randomly make it roll like crazy. Come on, get on target. I know one improvement we can make. I need to change out the Mark 1 SAS for a Mark 2 SAS that's just above or below the lab. Control's still just a little sluggish. Beginning full burn in 9. 5, 4, 3, and consider 3, 2, 1, full throttle. Burn's looking good so far. Engine cut in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, game stuttered. 2, 1. Cut. Very close. Just have to tweak it a little. There we are, direct collision course with Minmus. Adding alarm for sphere of influence change and accelerating time. I don't want a dark side landing. Screw that. Hey, I got an idea. We'll set up on the Minmus pole, and it can serve as a relay station. We'll do the North Pole of Minmus. Stop doing that. Alright, we want to burn radial. But if you have a polar station on Minmus, well, first off, it'll stay in light of the sun almost all the time, almost constantly. Then on top of that, it'll provide communications with everything on the ecliptic. Really need to add a better SAS module. There we are, perfect polar ascent. Just what we want. Not needed. I minimize my use of RCS. I tend to prefer to use my monopropellant only for emergencies. Oh, that's perfect. This is going to be glorious. Actually, we need to slightly tweak the path to the east. In this case, time is important, so we are going to actually use monopropellant to try to get in a position. Alright, turning retrograde. This is going to be like a beautiful bomber. I mean, like we got plenty of fuel left. You know what we need to do? We need to check see if we have any signs here to pick up on the way in. Yes, we do. Hey, Homicide, you still with us, man? Homicide, go for a walk. A lot of work to be done here. Candy indeed. Alright, I saw the ED report. All the crew reports. Clean science experiments. Huh. One not transferred. Alright. So we don't need to transmit at home. Well, you need to transmit it to Moon Lab. Alright, everybody should have everything now. Hey, Jade. Welcome aboard. We just collected a boatload of science. And I literally mean that. A boatload. So we've got everything in the lab, so we can just keep the raw samples now. Or if we decide to ever return with them. Oh wait, it occurred to me, we need these empty, so that when we reach the surface, they'll be usable again. So we're just going to reset them. Because partial data from space will not match the value of the Minmus Pulse technology. Welcome all viewers to the stream. We are in the process of landing a lab on the pole of Minmus. Raising navigation. Turning on polar projection. Hello, welcome aboard. Establishing precise lock on the northern axial pole. Are we even close? Okay, there's the periapsis on the map. That's a good sign. But I'm not seeing the orbital path on here. Oh, I know why. We don't actually have an orbit. That's why there's no horrible path. I'm gonna fix that. There we go. It's starting to show the orbit now. We are right on line for the pole, which is excellent. We're going to be where the sun never sets. That's what we got radiators for. Yeah, that's the exact North Pole, Jade. Like the perfect North Pole. Where the texture wraps around the planet. I'm hoping there's not a hole there. There is an actual hole on Moho at one of the poles due to the way the texture is wrapped. Yes, Homicide is our pet guinea pig for today. Stop rolling. You're not allowed to roll. I do not like how deceptive Mimus is. Can't always tell how high exactly you are above the terrain. Ideal descent path achieved. We have light contact with ground, initiating deceleration burn. Ground contact. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. -1, -2, -3. That's a little off. Ooh, slightly on a slope. Stabilizing with RCS. Welcome to Minmus's Pole. They're called tachyons, Jade. Tachyons. They're tacky and they go back in time. All right, let's get some science. Oh my, look at that. We'll start with the crew reports. Transfer to Science Station 1. Transfer to Moon Lab 1. Yeah, transfer to Moon Lab 1. Yeah, I must accidentally transfer to home too. Transfer to home just to be sure. And since crew reports are 100%, we don't need to actually take anything with us. Homicide. Good job, dude. Oh, by the way, do we have any engineering stuff on this thing? Please tell me we do. On that. Yep, we have some on him. Excellent. AVA report. Deep. Surface sample. Deep. Board. View data. Transmit to Science Station 1. Review data. Transmit to Science Station 1. He will definitely do that in a little bit. But first, he has valuable science to collect. Surface sample. EVA. Board. Store data. Transmit. Moon Lab 1. Review data. Transmit. Moon Lab 1. Electrical charge is still looking good, fortunately. EVA again. Surface sample. Heat. EVA report. Heat. Board. Right click. View stored data. Add to lab. Add to lab. EVA. Right click. EVA report. Heat. Surface sample. Heat. Board. Oh, Jade, you're up here too, by the way. You're sitting next to Teague. By the way, you're the veteran scientist on the mission. Transmit home. And transmit home. Yeah, you're an experienced scientist too. Which means you're going to help make a lot of tech up here. EVA. We're going to have you grab the surface sample this time. We're going to have you board. And that's to take home later if we want to. Okay, next fun. Let's see. We will do Are the temperature scans not available? I bet they have data in them. Open cargo hangar. Poor Obama. Pressure data. Transmit sign station 1. Log pressure data. Transmit to Moon Lab. Log pressure data. Transmit home. Log pressure data. Add to lab. Log pressure data. Keep for home returning home later. Okay, next thing, thermometer, review data. Crash it because it's from orbit. Log data, transmit. Science Station 1. Log temperature. Transfer data, Moon Lab 1. Log temperature. Transmit home. Log temperature. Transfer to lab. And we are now down with the temperature readings. Oh yeah, except for one to take home with us later, possibly. Log temperature, keep. Next in line, mystery goo canister. Observe mystery goo. Transfer data. Science Station 1. Come on. And clean it. I guess I have to clean it from the lab. Okay, well, we'll go ahead and do this one. Go to materials bay. Transfer data. Science Station 1. And then we will clean both experiments and repeat. Observe mystery goo. Transmit data. In lab 1. Materials bay. Come on. Data. In lab 1. Come on. Then experiments. Experiments clean. Observe mystery goo. Transmit data home. Materials bay. Transmit data home. and experiments. Come on. You can move faster than it is. There you go. For mystery goo. And move to lab. And move to lab. Then experiments again. Observe mystery goo and keep. Observe materials bay and keep. Come on. Right part here. You like key machine. Yeah, it makes for a much stabler landing. I also tilted the legs slightly up so that they act as a brace. Alright, so that settled mystery goo and material study. We've done surface samples, temperature, and pressure. I think we've got everything we have come for this time. Check the lab, make sure it's processing data. We're in research. Alright, these guys are going to be there for a while. So, tracking station. That took about 10 days total lapse mission time. It means we should have about 90 tech waiting for us on the moon and some on the orbital lab as well. Go pick that up and we'll go back home, see how much we have picked up total from the combined mission and processing of existing tech. Yep, more toys, very possible. Come on, man. Load up, man. Oh, Jade, I'll be going to Best Buy later today and grabbing a NVIDIA 1060 if all goes well, which is a huge improvement over my current graphics cards. So I'm hoping that we'll have a much faster, smoother streams once I get that. Alright, Moon Lab, what we got? Oh my! Let's get that home. Hope it has the power to get it all home. this is going to be close. Come on, you can do it. I know what to do. What is this? Discharge. Not to be stored on homicide vessel. Concerned about weapon usage in space, are we? And we've got all the tech home. Still have tons of data to process. Look at this. And we got all this other data still needs processed. Our Auric Max data, we just need to keep all these. Wait, one of those looked like they could be transmitted home. Like without any loss. Keep, 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 keep. Transmit. Keep, 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 keep. Okay. So that one loaded up and ready to go for a while still. There you are, Jade. Your horde bonus from all your hard work. Now follow Obama's lead and just gamble it all away. He's been winning most of the evening. Okay, let's transmit this stuff home. Ah, you can do it. Phew. was close. Or was that close? All right, we loaded the Oracle lab up again. All right, now we got to tell these batteries they need to regain their power. Okay, let's see how much fat tech we just brought in. MPL? What do you mean MPL? The mobile processing lab. Well, in Interstellar, you're going to need it. Because it's 10,000 tech for the warp drive. 10,000 tech for one tech. It is a little OP, especially when you combine it with the science relay, which allows you to transfer data easily between the science labs by using KerbNet to transfer the mission readings. But there are restrictions on the science transfer, the magic, science magic. Basically, you can only transfer as much at an efficiency that's allowed by your signal strength. So most of the stuff I just sent from Minmus's polls, only 20% of that data actually made it to the lab at Earth. No, we're not even close. We're only at 579. You see, even though I've been transferring all that science data around, I've only been transferring a fraction of it. In order for me to get the full benefit, I'd actually have to like do a mission between the labs and have them move the data from one lab to the other, which is something that can be done later, and something I probably will do, assuming that I don't just go to ELU and rack up science to the point that it doesn't matter anymore. Because ELU, oh my god, the multiplier on ELU is how about we get some decent power sources? That can wait. Token that. Token that. I really want rapiers bad. Ooh, what's this? What kind of loot? It doesn't tell me. It just says useful products. It doesn't say what kind of useful products. Alright, let's work towards the rapier, which is up here. do I want to do rapier? I don't know. Let's see. What else can we get over here? Nuclear power is not really going to be useful until we have xenon engines. What about science? Do we have more science to unlock? Ooh. We could actually start Kethane work and have another science mission to perform everywhere. Too useful. Need that science. Science for science sake. Got enough for another 160. Go ahead and get the power. We'll need the power. Next will be landing gear. We're only 110 days out from Eve rendezvous by the ComSat. I want to check and see how it's doing. I'm kind of concerned whether or not we actually have communications range for it. I'm going to bet we don't. Ooh. It is maintaining a tenuous connection between both of these. Problem is, Eve is accelerating away and will be around the other side of the sun soon. That's going to be quite a bit of distance. I'm thinking what we need to do is fire a satellite and try to get it into retrograde heliocentric orbit, the opposite direction of Kerbin, with a massive amount of the most recently developed communications arrays on them. A really, really, really dedicated communication satellite. Where are we facing right now? Alright, we need to do an orbit to the other side before we can launch that thing, and we need to design it. Now, it's going to take a phenomenally huge amount of delta V to perfectly reverse the orbital velocity of Kerbin, and then on top of that, go back around the sun the other way. Matter of fact, I'm doing research on that now. Wow. So this mission, if we choose to accept it, it's going to require over 9,800. Yep. Hey Jay, do you know by any chance if you simply change the orbit by rotating it, does it take less delta V? Like if you just change the angular momentum by burning normal or anti-normal versus burning in the opposite direction? We may have to experiment to find out the answer to that one. What I was thinking, Jay, was what about doing normal or anti-normal? Does it take the same amount of delta V to simply change the angular momentum of the orbit rather than changing the, trying to counteract the speed and then build it in the opposite direction? Do you think that would work? Flipping the direction of the orbit altogether? We'll try it. We'll find out. So go high apoapsis, burn positive to orbit, get way above the sun, then flip. The problem is that I'm trying to do retrograde for the inner planets. What I want is an interior satellite that can communicate with Eve and Moho. Hmm. Okay, so no real gain or loss. You guys are now defunct. Really, really badly defunct, in fact. Let's get a new comp system on here. Who's got the longest reign? Ooh, 122. These things are huge. This one's not coming back. No, get rid of all of it. We're going to start from scratch because this is going to require a special design. I wonder how well these things work. Well, there's 9,000 delta V right there. That is a lot of delta V. That's also a ridiculous burn time. Much more acceptable burn time, much lower delta V. Well, one of the things I might do, Jade, is I might slingshot off either the moon or Minmus to help accelerate myself in the opposite direction of Kerbin's orbit. That may help me pick up some velocity, so I may be able to kill some of the retrograde speed. We just got to get a final stage with a high enough delta V to push it the rest of the way. I think these things will be the way to go. $8,000 delta V. Let's see how much I did with a nuclear engine. Don't like those super long burn time. This is probably our best bet right here. Wow, that actually dropped the delta V. Okay, why are you not calculating burn time? Hello, calculate burn time. Oh, that's why. One hour burn time. Wow. Huh, exact same delta V with the same. Huh. That is wild. No change. $8,328. $8,385. It added exactly 60 delta V. How is that even possible? Got a radical idea. Cargo Bay, where are you? Here we are. Where's that little nose cone at? Need the nose cone. Your nose cone. There you are. Could you imagine trying to launch this thing? 70-meter SRB? Anyone? Anyone? Hold on, I gotta do this once, at least once. I'm not actually developing this as a serious craft. This is for fun and giggles. And then I'm going to bed. And then we'll work on this in all seriousness tomorrow. I've just got to see this happen. This has to happen. Oh my god, it's worth 11 million. Oh my, I don't think I have enough money. That'll work. We'll work with this one for now. I'll wait for later in the campaign to do the others. Oh no, just a probe core. Lightest possible delivery system imaginable. I'm going to bet just igniting it will destroy the launch pad. I can't remember if I left destructible buildings on or not, though. That is so wrong. Ignition. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, that was anticlimactic. $107,806 kilonewtons of thrust, and it can't even lift off the ground. Give it time. Give it a few minutes. It's getting there. It's getting there. Man, when it starts to get near the end of its way, essentially. I think this just goes to prove that a big rocket is not necessarily a better rocket. Now, if you launched it from orbit, this thing could go places. But under its weight, it don't go anywhere. Up and down. I think this thing would destroy an entire city if it landed on it. RFG coming in. Nope, came in like a meteor. Detonated in the atmosphere. Wow. Airburst. Well, that was fun. Good night, folks. The fireworks display was all that was left in me. Hey, the probe core survived. I have no idea how the probe core survived, but it did. I wish I could have done the 70-meter one that cost $11 million. That would have been wild. I don't think that thing would have ever taken off, actually. Loaded. Good night. Good night, everyone. Thank you for coming to watch, and have a great evening. We'll be resuming later today. Since it's my day off, I'll be starting earlier in the afternoon, hopefully with a new graphics card by that point. Have a pleasant evening, all. Or morning, as the case may be.